Hello. It's been a while since we last saw each other, huh? I was gone over the weekend spending time with my family, but now I am back, and I'm gonna try to work extra long today to make up for some lost time. Hence why I'm starting about 2 or 3 hours earlier than I usually would. Today we are resuming work on this Wing Gundam Zero Honoo. I haven't really touched it at all since we last saw each other, so this is more or less the way it looked when I last streamed. I might have changed the pose a bit, but I haven't really done much work. All I really did to this guy since we last saw each other was I noticed that the part on the chest here had a hairline crack, so I applied some plastic cement to it to seal the crack, and then I sanded it to be smooth-ish. I'm not sure if it's completely smooth. I'd have to apply another layer of primer to be absolutely certain, but it's pretty close. Aside from that, I have not touched up anything else on the body, so we're going to examine a bunch of things and see what we can fix today. And if I make enough progress, I'm going to do some painting today. Aside from that, recall that this kit is magnetically attached to the base through a magnet in the foot. This base, on the other hand, I've been messing around with the base a little bit. I applied a whole lot more extra material to the base. It's an even bigger mess now. It needs some sanding to be as even as I want it to be so it doesn't wobble. Aside from that, it also needs a lot of this extra material cut off because it looks pretty terrible, not gonna lie. That needs to be fixed up. I think we'll start off by cutting off some of the extra material on the base because that's easy, and it's really bothering me that there's so much of it. So let's see, let me get a pair of cutters. I'm gonna start with that. I'm also gonna adjust the camera a bit. Let's see, so how far do I want to do? Oh, yeah, okay. It's a bit too much. Okay. Just going to go at it with these cutters. Let's get rid of all this extra material. Oh. I think this is the point where I must remind people that safety glasses are important. These edges don't need to be perfect. And that's what the sanding will be for. This cutting is just to remove the majority of material. And these are my cheap nippers. They because this is just very rough cutting. It doesn't require the nice nippers to have nice clean cuts, because this is just very messy material removal here. Let me find some really rough samples, like 400 grit or something. $150 grit. And I have a mask on so I don't breathe in plastic dust. However, this is not as thick or heavy duty of a mask as I usually use, because I don't need to deal with the solvents from paint, just the dust. Looks mostly good. Feels mostly level. There are a few places that I feel are too recessed. I'm gonna go fill them in with a little bit extra putty. But first, I kind of need to clean up all this dust, so I'm gonna go pour this out into the trash and also get wet towel. Here, back. Actually, better yet, I'm gonna vacuum first. So I'm gonna mute and grab my vacuum cleaner. Alright. The vacuum cleaner was not where I expected it to be. So I had a little trouble finding it. Now we go. Wipe down the plastic dust that's stuck because that did not get picked up by vacuum cleaner. So I'm going to use a bit of rubbing alcohol because that wets the plastic better than water normally would. So that really helps pick it up. Also going to wipe this down, especially around the areas that I want to apply a little extra putty. Okay, where's the putty? Mr. White Putty. Piece of paper and a toothpick. Okay, gonna have to leave this to dry and cure for at least a day, but hopefully these corners are good now. Or will be good and filled in enough that I can sand it down and it will be fine with just some sand. Actually, just a little bit that needs to be covered. Alright, now we're gonna switch over to seeing what the kit itself needs fixing. Oh, I saw a piece of plastic that flew away earlier. Alright, so I'm gonna take off the backpack first because it is in the way, really imbalancing the whole kit, as long as it doesn't have the magnetic base. So to begin, we're gonna find all the little places that need filling in, because there are a few places that might be deformed. If the shape is not quite right, it'll be filled in and then sanded down to look better. Other than that, there are also places where there just might be holes from when I cut the parts off the sprue that will need to be fixed. Okay. I need dusting brush. One thing I need to be sure of is whether or not something is just sitting on the surface or actually attached to the surface, so I need to constantly dust. Make sure I can tell the difference. I'm also gonna whip out one of my harder brushes. This one is not anti-static, but it will push around dust better because the bristles are harder. That will at least get the dust off, and then I can finish off using the anti-static brush. Finding all these plastic bits everywhere from the cutting. Okay, so the center of the backpack doesn't need any filling, and before we start with the filling, let me get the thing that I need to use to do the filling. Okay, it seems I might have decided to finally toss away an exploded thing of super glue, which means I need to go find a new one. One moment. What the heck? I swear it should just be right here. That is not it. Oh. Oh. Super glue. Oh no, I'm running low on super glue. I only have 3 tubes left. Where did that exploded tube go? Anyway, here is empty bottle. This is used to hold it upright so it doesn't flow down out of the tube. And return of the index card for holding the super glue, or at least something to put it on top of. I'm gonna break the seal, twist this cap in, and then, well, we're not gonna use it yet. Grab another toothpick, one that doesn't have putty stuck to it. Okay, and then we're gonna use that to fill in any areas that need to be filled in. So that checks out. This is also the beginning of the disassembly process. Means that you should also grab grab a container to put parts in. Stay organized. I mentioned before that these two halves will need to be fused together, so not much work can be done right now while it is the way it is right now, because it has an inner part that needs to be painted before I can fuse them together. For now, we're just looking for any major things that might need fixing. Oh no. Excuse me. Slightly indented right there, right at this curve. This area actually has a lot of indents where things did not meet quite right. Some of it, I think I will have to sand down, and then some of it is just a matter of, well, some of it I will fill in, but then some of it's just a matter of sanding it all down to be at a lower level. Lower this. This line is a weird one. This line that runs down across here, it's a very deep and wide line, but it's not a square crevice. It's not a square panel line like what is typical. It's a triangular one, and I don't have a tool that cuts that shape, first of all. And secondly, this came with the kit. The kit naturally has that line, but it's not a very good line. If I recall correctly, it's not a very good line because it's shared between two different pieces and it thus isn't completely even. But I sort of tried to give it the illusion of being a single continuous line, but I'm not very good at that, especially because not only is it not a square panel line, it's also a curved one, and I'm not very good at dealing with curved lines like that. I also didn't go and try to make it too perfect because I think it's not in a place where there'd be a lot of attention, even though it's a very thick line. It's on the underside of the wings. Also, excuse me, I need to blow my nose. Okay, nose cleared. Yeah, it's early today because I didn't get to do much recently, so I want to do extra. I mean, starting early. Are you done with work, Azu? Still things to do. This one looks pretty ugly. Ozzy, I had to test your theory that Mithrix doesn't use his ranged attack when you're close range. I have proven it to be false. I need to disassemble this further to be able to fix some things. One thing that's kind of weird is that when I'm applying the super glue, sometimes the super glue jumps from my toothpick that's holding the super glue to the plastic. Like there's some static electricity immediately pulling it off and throwing it onto the surface. Got him. It's okay. It's not like I need to clear. The goal of the run today that I played on my own was just to unlock Bite. So I'm gonna try out Bite, Blight, Acrid. there are a lot of little holes on the surface. One big issue with fixing those kind of holes is how the plastic feels when working it afterwards. Like, if I used putty, a lot of putty will shrink. If I use certain kinds of, well, normal putty, like if I used Mr. Putty, this kind will shrink. The shrinkage is not good. It's also kind of weak and soft, so it breaks apart in a way that doesn't work well if I want to do something like carve seam lines. It won't hold its shape well enough for carving. Super glue is actually really hard when dried compared to some materials. It's actually harder to sand super glue down than to sand the normal polystyrene plastic that parts are made out of. So it's kind of a funny result because sometimes the stuff around the super glue gets sanded down faster than the super glue itself. But that's kind of a better result because usually the super glue sticks out. So it's easy to focus on it and sand it down. It also dries pretty quickly, so that makes it easier to work with. If I had bought some of the, if I had access to certain materials, what people have is filler with instant curing spray, but that stuff is basically just super glue, just maybe super glue colored black. Okay. I think that's good for the wings. There's some parts that I will need to go back to when it's more disassembled, but one part at a time. Examining the hands. There are definitely a few places that I see while looking at these that need more sanding but don't need super glue. Yeah, super glue. Mostly it's called super because it's really, really sticky. Yeah, there are places that will need sanding, but first I'm gonna do all the super glue, all the hole filling first, because that takes a little bit of time to cure. Okay, so I don't know if you can really tell. Let me adjust the zoom, adjust the focus here to be really, really close. Okay. So these are the forearms. There are places that need to be sanded to be smoother. And then this area used to be a big hole that I filled in. Because the hole shrank, it cracked. Or sorry, because the putty that I used to fill it shrank, it cracked. So I'm gonna fill in that crack with super glue. This area I won't be doing any filling in, but I will do some sanding later to make it look nicer, because it looks not very good right now. Probably move the camera over a little bit. It's a little bit too much. I'm gonna try to remove some of it and wipe it off onto this index card. You might notice that the super glue is kind of dissolving the surfacer, the primer that I already applied, and that's okay because that actually makes the super glue a little bit softer. You know, like I said, one of the issues with the super glue is it's too hard to begin with, so making it a little bit softer isn't a problem. It might even be a benefit. This arm won't come off. This one's extra weird. Instead of just cracking, it even popped out a little bit. You can see it's not perfectly in line with the rest of the surface. And also this one's rough too. I did not do these very well. There are kind of two kinds of scribing I do. One is just cutting lines, and that's easy because the inside of the line doesn't matter. It's so narrow and it's going to be filled with black panel lining fluid, so it's not going to be obvious what it looks like on the inside, so I can get away with it being rough. But then there are really wide scribing details, like this sort of scribe, this rectangle here I added, and because it's so wide, the bottom of that has to look good. It has to look smooth, but that's not as easy. Those are a little bit trickier. What I end up needing to do is I actually need to use sandpaper to make sure that the bottom of those spaces are smooth. I have a suspicion that I will sand this down and then need to fill it up again with more super glue because the super glue might not get into every space on it right now. These, on the other hand, are also those big wide scribes. These turned out fine. This one turned out fine. This one turned out fine. Let me check on the other arm. Yeah, so how I did these correctly without making them look bad. I don't know how that happened. Okay. And then there's these parts where I did a bunch of corrections and had to fill in the corrections and then scribe them over. Some of the corrected areas still have bubbles because I didn't fill them in correctly. Do I have stereo on? I should not have stereo. Let me double check. No, the left-right balance of my mic is correct. It might be on your end. Because my webcam mic should not have binaural input. Like, it should only have one microphone and should not have a left and right channel. And I do not have it set so that it would come out only on one side. Maybe I can force it to be mono, but that shouldn't be necessary. I'll force it to be mono just so that there's more confidence that it's not being weird. So right now it's forced mono. Okay, correcting the pock marks. This one doesn't really have the pock marks, it just needs more sanding. Well, either you're crazy, or maybe you should try pushing your headphone in again, like unplugging and then pushing it in. If the connection isn't good, sometimes the audio just comes out only on one side. Yeah, you're just crazy. I'm sorry, Azu. Most of these parts should not need a whole lot of fixing or filling in. The biggest issue are the wings and those parts of the arms where I made a mess. Looks like the top of this piece might need some sanding to make it look better though. Imagine being ripped apart by at the torso. Popping your head off. I wonder if the lighting is bright enough. That looks too bright. It's too dark. Okay, there was a little bit on the bottom of this. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, this is another area that needs sanding because I made these wide spaces. Part of me is like, I want to challenge myself and do these kind of things I don't usually do, and a part of me just hates it because it still doesn't look very good, but like, how can I get good at it if I never try it, right? Gotta try it. Although I really do love the plating around the arm sockets here that I added. That is a favorite here on this build right so far. Well, that and the hip joints. The hip joints, really loving the way those came out. This doesn't seem like it has a lot of things that need filling. Mostly it's things that just need sanding. And take these out because they make me nervous. I managed to crack one of these, somehow. I thought that they were such small parts I wouldn't really risk, like, have much chance of cracking them, but I somehow still managed to crack them. That kind of upset me. I'm gonna keep... There are a lot of parts I'm gonna keep together because it'll just make it easier to sand while they're attached to other things. I'm also gonna pop this joint out, this poly cap. Okay. Chest is pretty good overall, I think. Or at least it doesn't need any filling, it just needs sanding. Okay, now for the waist. I'm gonna take off the legs first. Actually, take off these side skirt pieces. These side skirt pieces are a menace. Oh. Okay, these pieces are a menace because once again, it's a case of the putty shrinking and cracking. And oh boy, do we have a lot of cracking. Probably should not have these pieces right in front of me in case I drop or spill any super glue, because if it falls on those pieces, that'd be disastrous. Also, static. Okay, there we go. Almost as soon as I mentioned dropping, I over squeeze and too much comes out. Oh my goodness. One of the most important skills to learn is how to fix your own mess-ups. I was reading about blight. It's basically bleeding, isn't it, Azu? Pop this out. Pop this out. See, this is going to be another seam line repair sort of part, huh? I can go straight for the seam line repair here. That's a little spicy. A little risky. Commitment here. I'm gonna go with the plastic cement. This bottle's getting low. I might have to start using a new bottle just so I don't have to worry about messing with making sure that the thinner or the cement can reach the brush. As it stands, I'm basically shaking the bottle to make sure it splashes onto the brush, but that's pretty annoying. So I had to screw on the cap a bit every time. Okay, I think... Oh, there's one more thing to do. It's the other bottom. It's kind of funny seeing where the paint chipped off a little bit from me playing around with it, because the base isn't really smooth right now, and I wasn't handling it very carefully, so as these feet rubbed against the base, they lost paint. I wonder how I should approach these feet parts. Maybe just paint them. Yeah, I should fuse these parts together now. Maybe it's worth doing that right now. What I did just now is I kind of breathed on the super glue because the H2O, the water from my breath, caused it to solidify just a little bit faster so I could touch it. Okay, so I think I actually want to try closing this seam line now. Yeah, let's do it. Is that noise the wind? So, I've been thinking about how to paint this kit, and I want to go with something that's like mostly white, like at least 80% white or something like that, which is more white paint than the original design, because I think the original design was like 30 to 40% red, which would leave like a lot less white. But I want a lot of white parts on this kit because then it's easier to see the weathering on the white. Mainly I want to do the wing swords in white. Do you think it'd be good to do a lot of white? Ah, that was a lot of blue. A lot of black? You think this kit should have a lot of black? Wait, you ask for black every project, don't you? Oh, I was also looking into the other version of this kit, the Wing Gundam Zero Fire Feather or something like something Feather. The one with the cooler wings. I found out that that's a custom, but it's a custom that people sell. Like people sell conversion kits where they basically sell the extra parts. So you buy this kit, the official Bandai kit, and then you go and buy this unofficial kit to add parts to it to make it into that other design, which happens to be an official design without a kit. Which is why it seems like more than one person has done the exact same custom. But there's no way like they all made the parts exactly the same on their own. It turns out that they all bought it from the same place, probably. I do want to do a kit that's darker in color at some point. I guess... let's see, what projects do I have lined up? I have Wing Gundam Zero Honoo. It's not that random. There are actually a lot of kits with extra parts that can be bought from unofficial sources. These are usually called conversion kits because they convert an existing kit into something more or different. Oftentimes I think the biggest thing is just a conversion to a like higher detailed form of the same kit. And then other times it's a conversion to a kit that doesn't exist because Bandai hasn't decided to make an official kit. So then people are like, you know, we'll take this into our own hands and make our own our own version of that design. I think part of the reason why conversion kits exist, first of all, it's like a little bit less work, right? Because you're building on top of an existing base. But the other thing is that you're building on top of the existing base, and that's important because the internal parts, the joints and stuff, those are made of higher quality plastic than most third-party people are capable of producing or willing to produce, or at least like they can't competitively produce it at a good price. So they take advantage of the existing underlying kit, and then the conversion parts are added on top of that. And this is important because the internal parts are the ones that take the most stress, like when you're moving the arms and legs and stuff. Those are the most likely parts to break if you use cheap or bad plastic. So the third-party kit makers don't want to try to do that themselves because it's not as easy. So the conversion kit parts usually replace the outer armor parts, because those are the parts that just need to look pretty. They don't need to be strong pieces of plastic necessarily. They also don't need to be as perfect in the sense that they don't need to fit so exactly. Looking good and fitting good are actually different things, or rather, fitting good actually is a lot more difficult than looking good, but you can never tell that from pictures. Third-party kits don't need to care about the fitting good part as much as the Bandai kits. Like, it's amazing that Bandai kits can be put together without any glue at all and work perfectly fine, but then if you get third-party parts, sometimes you need to soak them in hot water and then bend them a bit because they just came out kind of wrong. And they can get away with that because, first of all, like, the people that are willing to buy those kits are the most hardcore people. They're here for the customization. They know that they're buying into some extra hassle to make their kits look better. And second, like I said, like, these are the parts where it doesn't matter as much, because these are not the parts that need to feel perfectly good when you're bending a joint or something, because these are not the joint pieces in the custom conversion kit. Okay, I think I am pretty done with the filling in of holes, so now we revisit our good old friend, the sanding stick. Sanding stick Kun has seen better days. He is gunked up right now. I wonder if I should replace that. There's some more 1000. I have this 2000 that's kinda used. Maybe I'll just like use that until that's gunked up and then just replace that too. Except I need 1000 because I'm sanding through the super glue. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna cut a piece of 1000. But maybe I just sand so much with it. Okay, I'm just gonna sand so much with this 2000 that I'll eventually get through. Like, you can sand with a higher grit through just about anything, it just takes longer. I want to try a conversion kit someday. They look kind of fun. Because they look really good, and they're not as much work as what I'm doing. Well, they're a different kind of work. They definitely still take a lot of work. But they don't require as much effort to do all of the scribing details, I guess, because they are already really well scribed high detail parts. Or I might be wrong about that. I just might be misjudging the effort it takes to do a conversion kit, and they are actually tough. All I know is that conversion kit projects always seem to turn out really good looking, but I guess you kind of are already pretty good before you decide to take on a conversion kit project. Because that's like pretty expensive. I think conversion kits are not cheap either, and they're kind of hard to find. And you're basically buying 2 kits for 1 because like all the parts that you're replacing on the original kit, that's not used anymore. Or you could just use that towards like a future project. That's often the story here, I think, at least for me. Like, if I have extra parts, that's not trash, that's just for a future project. Yeah, this is going to take a lot of sanding. Okay, the 2000 is not doing it. I'm gonna have to come back with something a bit more for those wide areas. As pieces start looking good, I'm just gonna start popping them off and tossing them into the pile. It's not copium. I actually love having extra parts. It's just really fun kit bashing. It's really cool taking parts from different kits and putting them together into something new. Because it makes it really feel original and something that only you have when you do something like that. The only problem is they just end up having a lot of extra parts, but that just means more options later. I am really feeling like... Okay, so going back to the original project of like what other projects I have in mind. So there's the Wing Gundam Zero Honoo that I'm working on right now. There's the Nirvash Type 0 Spec 2 that I've sort of worked on a little bit here and there, but like... It's another HD kit. I kind of feel like doing something bigger. So I have 3 kits that I want to kit bash together to some degree. One of them is a full mechanics Barbados whose head is missing a part. So it's a headless Barbados. Because the head cannot be completed due to a missing part. So yay, I have basically the entire kit minus the head to use for kit bashing. Then I have a fully intact master grade Gundam X kit. So full mechanics and master grade, both of those are 1/100th scale, so they are the same scale. The only thing is that Barbados is a bit of a bulkier kit, so I'd have to really experiment and see how those kits can be kit bashed together. And finally, I have another master grade, a Resl Type C, I think. It's some sort of Resl, which is a grunt unit, but it's a unit with a whole lot of armaments that I might want to play with and add to the kit bash. I just want to see, I really need to take the time and see how these parts can combine together into something. But yeah, this is a project that will eat up 3 kits and still spit out a bunch of extra parts. Also, oh yeah, that was like a Cartoon Network series. Yeah. What is it called? I forget what it's called, but I remember watching that. Sadly, I think that was a pretty fun series. I thought it was fun that like a Western cartoon was a mecha series. Like, we need more mecha. This is so cool. There's a Western mecha series. Sadly, the story I think never came to a suitable conclusion, or at least I never saw it to that point. What was that series called? It ended up mostly being like a Monster of the Week thing with a little bit of an overarching arc. But it was fun. It was fun that someone did something like that. Okay, so what I have in mind for the kit bash is I want to use the body of the Barbados and then the head, arms, and legs of the Gundam X, but maybe use the arms of the Rezel depending on the size. One thing oh yeah, here's the other thing. The Rezel is also missing a head because when I messed with the kit years ago, this was like back when I was in high school, sort of starting out with building model kits more seriously. Like, I think I was trying to hand paint it and I was getting kind of impatient with drying it. So I left the head part underneath a lamp, and the lamp heated up the part to the point where it melted and deformed, so then I was missing one of the parts of the head. So this is another headless kit. I have 2 kits without heads. Like, what? How did I keep doing this? Anyway. So I have, like, basically I've ruined these kits, but that just means that it's an opportunity to do something unique with them now, I guess. I also have a whole bunch of old kits that I built. Oh, Megas XLR, yeah. A whole bunch of kits that I built back in high school that are unpainted. They're just snap fit kits. Pretty basic stuff, like nothing fancy going on with these kits because this is before I started painting. And if I feel like it, I might go back and scavenge parts from those kits and put them in something new. One especially cool part is one of them has a really, really large rifle. It is, I think, Luna Maria Hawk's Zaku. It has a pretty cool beam sniper rifle attachment that I think I would like to steal for another project at some point. Unfortunately, it's really meant for the 1/100 scale, and I don't build a lot of things on the 1/100 scale. Like this kit right here is a 1/144 scale, so it's a lot smaller than the rifle. The rifle does just not fit a kit this size. This part's a little bit tricky to sand. Excuse me. I guess I'm just seeing what I can hit with this sanding stick before it gets too gunked up, and then I move on to doing something with or using some sandpaper with lower grit, because there are some things that need some serious sanding before I can really work them. It is totally a Zaku. I think it's funny you love that meme. Like, it's kind of a ridiculous meme because so many mobile suits basically look like Zaku's, and I still don't know exactly what the difference between some of the mono eyes are. Is like, how exactly is a goof different from a Zaku? I don't know, but that dude would be upset that I don't know the difference. Ain't no Zaku, boy, no Zaku. Okay, so that's one project I want to do. The 1/100 scale kit bash with Barbados, Gundam X, and the Rezel. I got a Kshatriya. I feel like I mentioned this to you, but I'm gonna say this again. I got a hold of a HG Kshatriya kit, and that's kind of one of my dream kits to build. And I wanted to do a really interesting metallic effect on it. I think oh, it's like you have vastly underestimated what you're fighting. When the person tells you you don't even know what you're fighting, is that what you mean? Is that why it's such a funny meme to you? But yeah, the sort of I want to try doing a anodized metal effect, which basically involves painting shiny metallic and then painting a matte coat over it, so then it's no longer as shiny, but instead it has a soft shininess to it. It's a very weird thing. It's like when I found out about this technique, I was like, oh, that makes no sense, but the result is so cool. Like, why would you... Normally you would ask, why would you ruin a perfectly good metallic finish and paint matte over it? And the answer is, well, because you can get an even cooler effect by doing that. So I want to do that on the Kshatriya. But I think it's going to be a difficult effect to pull off correctly, because I need to be immaculate with my dust management to do that sort of paint job. Immaculate, I say. We should watch the original Gundam at some point. Pick one. I don't want to just pick one. What does that even mean? It's only one phrase. My left hand is actually getting a little sore holding the parts that need to be sanded. Can my stamina hold out? I'm also getting close to a point where I need to get out the scriber and start the scribing chisel and fixing up some of these lines a tiny bit. There are also a few places where I just have to say doesn't need to be perfect, because they're not gonna be in main view. Well. Because, like, if I have good dust management, it will be an immaculate job. Also, I have this secret weapon here now. I have my anti-static brush. It feels like it's working. But I haven't gotten into the real painting on this project yet. hope those holes are actually filled in. They look filled in. We'll find out when we put on the primer. Okay, that might be too much super glue. I feel this 2000 grit sandpaper losing power. I feel like I'm working extra hard to get through. It's getting near the point where it needs to be replaced. Or really it needs to be washed off, but like... even though I have so many sandpapers over 1000, they don't make much of a difference because the finish from painting is somewhere in the 1000 plus range, and that's about as good as I'm going to get. Like sanding something with 7000 and then painting it, and then having paint that has a surface roughness of like 2000 makes the 7000 kind of pointless. So like for most stuff over 1000, right now I'm pretty okay with replacing it rather than trying to stretch its life as long as possible, because I just have too much of it. Since I buy assorted sandpaper packs that come with a lot of different grits, and it just gives me a lot of grits over 1000. Let's see. Ow! I just jammed it into my finger. Quite possibly. Right where my fingernail meets my finger. Okay. Let's swap this out. Okay, let me go grab some stuff. Double-sided tape. And sandpaper. I wish I had a few more sanding sticks of this size. Okay, so that's 2,000. I'm actually also going to do this. Here, put some sandpaper on this smaller stick in the meantime. So that I have some of the higher grits at hand. Also should just move this trash can next to me. So I need to reach every time I throw something away. Oops, sorry. Okay, that's a 1,000. Put a 2,000 and 3,000 on this smaller stick. Why does this not want to lie flat? What is going on? It's okay, I guess. I can live with that. That's weird. It's actually 5,000. Oh well. Okay, now we have some 1,000. Hopefully this will do some real work. Also, start wet sanding this. So this is just water. Because this is gonna get dusty. I don't feel like putting on a mask right now. It's also will probably help the sandpaper last a little longer because the water will wash off sandpaper, the dust. Push in my chair. All of these pieces will need to be washed because this is a mess. probably fill this bottle with more water. For a second I was like, why is it half full? Usually my water bottle is fully full, so I just sniff it to make sure it was water. It's water. Didn't you like hit the vinegar in your mouth and think, this is vinegar, not drinking it, and then you like spat it out? You telling me you just committed hard and you drank it anyway? Is that what you're telling me? That you found out that you're in the middle of drinking vinegar and you said, alright, I'm doing this, and you just swallowed the vinegar anyway? Okay, right now it feels like I filled in this gap entirely, which means I need to redo the panel line. So that's gonna be fun, recarving it over the super glue. I actually don't like it. Fresh lines are always the most fun to do because the plastic feels the most correct. But once you fill it in and then have to carve it again, it feels different because it is a different material. And it's also an uneven material because it's not all just one material. A bit of it's the original plastic and a bit of it's the new stuff. Was it really diluted vinegar? Also, some people just drink vinegar. That's like a thing. Some people like that. But usually when people drink vinegar, it's really diluted, like they just add a little bit of vinegar to a glass of water. Did someone prepare a glass of watered down vinegar for you and you didn't realize it? So I just remembered that there was one extra gap that needs to be checked on these pieces. Right here. It might look weird depending on how the plastic cement was applied there. I applied so much super glue to this area, it still looks weird. Basically need to sand until the surface area is gone. It was straight up vinegar. feel like it had to have been very strong. Like, I have salt and vinegar chips all the time, and I find that to be pretty strong. Still pretty strong stuff. Oh no, the sandpaper's stuck. Tweezers, save me. So, I feel like I need to adjust the camera a little bit. I feel like the focus is a little bit too close, considering how I've been working. Low-key, I don't cook enough with vinegar, so I can't tell the difference between all the different vinegars. It's all just sour to me. Nice. Rye is here. Does it look weird when my hand is moving very fast sanding? Like, is the frame rate high enough, or does it look choppy when I move my hand too fast? Kind of curious because I just noticed that the preview looks a little choppy, but it might be that the preview is lower frame rate to save resources. Apparently vinegar is good at dealing with super glue. Like if you want to separate two parts that were super glued together, you soak it in vinegar. Totally random thing I just remembered. I've never tried it, but apparently that's what you're supposed to do. So if you get super glue on your hands or something like that, vinegar. Vinegar might help. I think if you drink super glue, you might just be dead. It depends on how much you drink, though. Imagine suffocating because... Oh, hey, Chris. Imagine suffocating because, you just got super glue dumped in your throat. That would be so sad. I think it would go down kind of easy at first because it's a pretty fluid liquid. But then once it starts interacting with your, with the moisture, it'll solidify and stick together. Also, I don't know if you realize this, but like, it lets off some pretty irritating vapors. Like, sometimes, if I forget, and I just let a bottle of, or a tube of super glue be opened, it starts irritating my nose. My nose gets a burning feeling from the fumes. Not good. You gotta remember to close up your tubes of super glue after you're done using them. How are you doing today, Chris? Recipe videos on Instagram, do they actually teach you how to cook things? I feel like it's a pretty short format, right? Although, I feel like probably occasionally when I Google for baking ideas, I probably look at some Instagram images here and there. Can't say I've ever followed an Instagram recipe though. I think the piggy macarons that I made earlier last week, I got some ideas on how I wanted to do those from Instagram. I do want to go back and try doing those macarons more three-dimensional at some point though. Like, I was only able to do them flat. A little bit disappointing. It's a starting point for ideas, just to get you into the mood to look for the full recipe, huh? Oh, hey, Chris joined the voice chat. You cannot be heard on stream, Chris. I remember talking to a friend that has. Can't you hear my stream? Do you have the stream muted now, Chris, or something? But yeah, I was talking to a friend that knows someone else's streams, and he was telling me he doesn't like it when they do gaming content together and then their voices broadcast to the stream along with the streamer friend. So by default, I will not be streaming my friends unless I have directly asked them for permission. I do have one raid video from back when I played a certain MMO that had all of the voice chat in it. That was a fun video. It's fun listening to the banter during the raid. I think typing's for the best. It keeps people in the loop with the conversation. I usually am just sitting in a voice channel on Discord just so that people can see that I'm streaming, because it displays me as streaming on Discord. Well, I'm not streaming to Discord, but on Discord you can tell that I am streaming. Trying to get more people to see that I'm streaming. Apparently, the first requirement for monetization is 1,000 subscribers. The second is having like 40,000 hours of watch time or something like that. So that's quite some work. I have a lot of work to do to get to monetization. It's a far off dream at this point. Just chat or gunpla and chill. Yes, I mean, that's sort of what I want these streams to be like. But I'm not sure if it's appropriate to have someone actually join in on voice chat unless they're also I guess streamer facing, so to speak. Yeah, this is all a work in progress as I figure out what I want to do and what's good and what people want to watch me do. But at the core of it, I decided I'm gonna be doing gunpla and model kits and other sorts of crafts anyway. Gonna put it in a stream and see if anyone wants to chill and hang out while I do these things. And I also feel that there's a couple of people out there that keep on hearing about how I spend so much time on these hobbies, and I'm sure they're a little bit curious about why it takes so long and what I'm actually doing. Yeah. That is an idea saved for the future. So I'm getting a bunch of DMs. Give me a moment. What is going on? Nothing important. Nothing too urgent. You know what's a little wild? Yesterday I received in the mail a correction to my taxes, but not for last year, but the year before, for a government job. Like, not only did the government screw up 2 years ago, it took them 2 years to figure that out. That's a little wild. Do I fuse this piece together now? This panel line is a little off, right near the end. That's a generic rule. That's just general etiquette. For me, it's not like I expect people to talk about me in other chats, but no one. It's just it goes both ways sort of thing. Like, you don't want your stream to be overwhelmed with like discussion or maybe even like drama about other streamers or things, unless of course like overwhelmed as in like the people in chat talking about it when you don't want to talk about it. Of course, like if I feel like talking about it, then like, okay, that's fine. That's totally fair for the chat to talk about it if I want to talk about it. But for the most part, most streamers don't really want other people, or want the discussion to be focused on other people, so it's worth saying that I don't want to get other people upset because they want to talk about me or something like that, I guess. Yeah, it's a general etiquette thing. Not an issue right now. I'm gonna go change out this water and also get more water. Maybe even get a bigger container. Aha, more water. Bigger container. So it's easier to reach inside. Okay, so Chris, I have a question for you about Risk of Rain 2. How do you get Acrid to scale to late game without a terribly cheesy build? Like, when I say terribly cheesy, like abusing lunar items to get tons of gestures of the drown for like Royal Capacitor or like Spinal Tonic. Spinal Tonic's just like always ridiculous. And then not spare drone parts, because spare drone parts are just forget about the character, get drones, you're irrelevant, only drones are relevant. Oh my goodness. I've come to find that on-hit is actually surprisingly good on Acrid. Not because Acrid hits fast, but because everything that Acrid does has a 1.0 proc coefficient, and his special also has a 1.0 proc coefficient and spreads. So it has a 1.0 proc coefficient on multiple targets. It's not even about solo Acrid, it's like, or that's one part of it, but the other is like how to carry on Acrid. Where's the canonical evidence of Acrid's gender, or are you just assuming Acrid's gender? Did I say him? Maybe I should just say it. I've been trying to say it with Acrid. I don't know what Acrid is. Acrid's a lizard. Acrid probably doesn't care about about how you identify Acrid. Weird things that I've learned. I'm about to cancel this guy on Twitter. Oh boy. Weird things I learned recently. Singularity Band is better than you might think in that it has its own proc coefficient. And things that scale off the damage of skills scale off of the scaling damage of singularity band. So it has this cascading effect where if you proc singularity band for a big amount of damage, it can create another hit that does a lot of damage, mainly with something like ATGs. It also has a surprisingly superior ability to clear, like, do damage to a lot of mobs compared to the other bands. And this is without even talking about the weird doubling damage bug with singularity band. Just normal usage. Also, what the heck? None of you guys even use Twitter. As far as I can tell. Twitter people are scary. I got my first followers though. That's cute and exciting. Putting my freedom custom on Reddit and Twitter has garnered me my first followers. So that's fun and exciting. Where's that piece? That really needs sanding. These pieces? Yes. I think I'm not gonna start sanding those pieces until I get some fresh sandpaper. Because they're tough. It was fun posting a Hololive inspired custom to the Hololive subreddit and seeing the intersection between the fandoms and people making jokes that reference both fandoms. My favorite was references about Hope descending and Colony dropping, because infamously one of the major wars in the Gundam universes begins with a colony being dropped. That's how it all began. You might wonder why this plastic is so many different colors. There was a hole that I filled in with every random bit of scrap plastic I could get my hands on. I just shoved it in that gap to fill it in. And now it looks weird when I sand away the surfacer. But as long as it's painted over, you can't tell that it is 5 different colors. Oh, that's a gross sound. I wonder if Chris is still here. Chris, what do you think of a color palette that is mostly white with some red, gold, and orange accents? Does that sound kind of regal to you? Or like somewhat majestic, austere maybe? Azu just wants me to paint everything black, apparently. Black is so hard to work. Like, it's hard to make black look good, because black kind of eats up all other colors. Details are harder to see in black, so doing black well is actually kind of challenging. This one might not have had enough super glue to fill in the hole, because it feels like it's not sanding through. Yeah, needs a bit more. Wonder if this one went far enough. This one's close. Close to being sanded enough, but it's still a little bit lacking. Needs a little bit more super glue to cover it all the way. going to need a narrower sanding stick to get at some of these surfaces. This one won't fit. Looks like this area actually needs super glue before I can even sand down. Looks like the gap wasn't fully filled in. That is a very gross bubble. I think I'm near the point where I sanded most of the things that need sanding right now, so then it's gonna be going back to applying more super glue to fill in gaps, and then also carving some of the lines to be a little bit cleaner here and there. Actually, there's these It's really messed up pieces need a lot of sanding. I just remembered they existed. Wish they didn't. Oh, this is coming off a little bit. I guess from the water. Definitely still not enough in some areas. Who's getting cancelled? Maybe me? Maybe Chris? It's one of the two of us for assuming a fictional lizard's gender. Okay, that's my towel. Here's my favorite towel. I'm gonna try to wipe off some of these parts so it's more receptive to the super glue. If there's water or plastic dust particles on the surface, super glue might not stick as well. Doesn't have to be perfectly clean though. It's pretty quick wipe down. Can you hear me now, alright? Are you now able to listen? I might have used some rubbing alcohol that's a little bit too concentrated because taking off primer in other areas too, that might be a bit much. I don't think Rai can actually hear me. All these pieces will definitely need to be washed again before undergoing another coat of surfacer. Okay. I think this is the point where we might start working on fixing up things with scribing. But I'm missing one of my chisels. Where are you? Give me a moment. Gotta get up and try to find it. Uh-oh. Jumped out. That's fine. Let's see. Is this the one that's covered? Yes, this one's the one that's covered. Or this has enough stiffness. Doesn't really. Do a fresh piece. Popped something before it fell. I have been informed that sadly my home has no stock of bananas today. So even if I wanted to have a banana break, it is not an option. Okay, so this part, you might not be able to see easily. You might be able to tell from the reflection and shadows, but this gap is completely filled in. I filled it in with super glue earlier, and I'm going to carve it out anew. But before I do that, I'm going to work on some more gap filling. I'm going to fill the gap for these parts and also fill in a couple of the little holes here. You might have to have a snack break because this is a long stream. I mean, this also has some holes that need filling, and then some of these, I didn't sand them yet, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, actually even this area out here where I sanded isn't really quite filled in correctly, so I'm gonna apply super glue to those areas. This area did not have enough, it's not deep enough, or actually it was not thick enough. Some of it looks indented because the super glue did not fill it in. So like if this is the part like it was like rough, this is the part with the plastic and the primer. I applied some super glue, so then I like covered it like this ish, but then I sanded it so it's kind of even, but some of it still did not fill in all the way. So like this is the sort of gap that I still saw. I need to fill that in all the way with a bit more super glue. Okay. I still need this index card. Here's the bottles. The tube is super glue. Super glue gone wild. Wait, where's the focal distance? Okay. Camera angle feels a little wrong. There we go. The funniest? So, I really like bananas. I think the funny thing about me liking bananas is that's because when I was younger, for some reason, I was allergic to bananas. Like, they made my throat incredibly itchy. Not like life-threateningly so or anything. It's not like my throat closed up and I needed an EpiPen, but like, enough that I did not want to eat bananas. Bananas, not fun. Not worth it. So I avoided bananas. But then one day, after not eating bananas for years, I decided, you know what? I really feel like trying to eat this banana. And I tried it. And then, it's like, wow, what have I been missing out on all these years? I haven't eaten a banana in so long, and this banana did not make my throat itch. And it turns out I just don't have an allergy to bananas anymore. Not sure how that came about. But I'm not questioning it, totally accepting it, embracing it, eating more bananas. Can you imagine the opposite though? Like, imagine eating something and loving it, and then eating it all the time, and finally one day you wake up and you're allergic to it? That sounds so terrible. Okay, this one needs a little bit of plastic cement before I apply super glue. An FF angle, just like, how could it be my favorite food is now my enemy? Okay, now just squeeze. Squeeze. Okay, just a little bit more. It's one area that's not really squishing. This area spilled out a little bit. Oh, it's not that bad. It's just the strands made it look bad. Squeeze. What's gonna happen with these pieces later is that because I have these poly caps that I don't want painted, I'm gonna have to mask those. I don't want these parts painted, mainly because paint does not like adhering to these poly caps. Like, it just refuses to stick, so then it just ends up being ugly and flaky, and I'd rather just not get paint on them in the first place than deal with them flaking. Awesome. So this piece of sandpaper, it's all this crud on it. Let me get rid of that. Get rid of the crud. And still keeping sandpaper. Still useful. Okay, maybe it's a little bit more challenging than I thought. Okay, so you know what? It's been a long stream so far. I need a snack break before I can continue. So, we're actually gonna go a little bit of a break. Before, well, we're gonna go on a break because we're just waiting for these to dry anyway. Look at this. It's still wet. Still waiting to dry. Not touchable yet. I think I'm probably gonna end up with some buttered toast. How do I draw a plate? I'll be right back with some toast. Probably should make some break time screens too at some point, I guess. Another thing to list of things to do. Okay, anyway. Now that my gloves are off, I'll be right back. Okay, I actually managed to get toast. Surprisingly, we had bread and butter. How do you guys like eating toast? I've come to find that I actually eat toast in a little bit of a weird way, where I put on the butter each bite. I know that most people probably butter up their toast and let it melt. But I like the dramatic difference in temperature where the bread is hot and the butter is still cold. So I gotta put it on the butter each bite. Butter toast. Mmm. So tedious. I guess toast is supposed to be a pretty easy food, but like, I think at the end of the day it's like close to the same amount of work. You still have to work to put on the same amount of butter on your toast. Just doing it in between each bite. And in fact, if you put on a little bit of butter each bite, there might be overall less time between the toast and your mouth, because you don't have to go through the entire process of buttering up the entire slice of toast before you can start eating. And while you're chewing one bite of toast, you can start buttering up the next bite. So some of the work of buttering up your toast overlaps with the time spent eating the toast. Somehow it ends up more efficient. Because you're parallelizing the process of eating toast. I am eating not on my desk because I don't want to get crumbs in my workspace. Some crumbs might get on the floor. That can be vacuumed. Also, if I drop food on my desk, it's gone. I'm not eating it. It's contaminated with plastic dust. Forsaken. Forgotten. Okay. Toast has been consumed. I'm gonna go wash my hands and then we'll resume. Alright. Snack time is over. And probably want my glass cutting mat for this next part because I'm gonna need some guide tape for fixing up the seam lines on that part. Also, I need to change my camera settings again. Okay. That's that. Okay. Also, let's do low and close for this part. Excuse me. Alright, so here's my glass cutting mat. Just realized everything seems kind of angled. I wonder what kind of... Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. Alright, so we have 3 thick widths of guide tape here. I'm gonna go with the widest, the 1 centimeter tape, because I want... Uh-oh. I want this... I love to do things. I want the space to cut a curve. Okay. This is a nearly straight line. The problem that I had with it before was that the curvature up here was too abrupt, I think. Okay, so this is what an actual... well, this is what an almost straight line looks like. And I did not cut through. Okay, disaster. Let's try this again. It's way too curved. It's actually very close to being a straight cut. And I think I did not cut through again. Yeah, that did not cut through. I need to press pretty hard to ensure that my cuts go through, but that probably risks chipping the blade. Okay, I think I like this. Oh, holding it too high. Okay. So I'm gonna use the other half of that same cut to cover up the other half of this gap, and because they're two halves of the same cut, they match each other. I can't tell exactly if it's in the right place. I'm gonna check with this. Since doesn't really show up on the camera. This is just me checking for myself. Give me a moment. Yeah, okay. That's okay. Now, to go at it with the scribe. Let's lift this up a bit. Yeah, it looks pretty good. What's funny is that, low-key, I think I made it too good, because it might look too clean compared to the other lines of the same kind. Because it's a narrower panel line because of the way I made this. Try to widen a little bit with the broad chisel. I'm also afraid of making it look messy with the broad chisel. No, that's fine. I'm just gonna settle for that. If I mess with it too much, I risk just making it into an actual mess, and then it'll be fixing it again. So now I just need to clean up a little bit with some sanding, and then move on. Where's that other piece of sandpaper? Oh, there was a... oh, there it is. My workspace is starting to turn into a mess. Every time I start working, I start pulling out tools and materials and just tossing them everywhere. And they just accumulate in piles all over the place. And here we are. It's kind of clean in between sessions, or else the messiness just accumulates. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, now back to sanding all these other pieces, I think. Okay, just let's take this off. I still haven't cleaned this spatula off since the last time. Good. Out of the way. Done. If they're done, they can get out of the way. These are maybe done. Oh, I slipped out my hand in a funny way. Where did the other piece go? I kind of want to tweak it a little bit. There we go. It's kind of neat as you can immediately tell what parts are raised, because those are parts that lose the primer surfacer first when I'm sanding. If it were a completely flat surface, then the edges would sand away first, but if it's not completely smooth, then bumps and stuff like in the middle, those are the areas that get exposed to the most sanding. Water. So, I think the goal for today's work is finish all of the part refinement. So, finish patching all the holes, doing all of the sanding, and then I can wash the parts and let them dry out overnight before we get on to painting tomorrow. Hopefully. Maybe tomorrow. Next time? I'm not sure if I'm streaming tomorrow yet. Probably, but let's just say that if we can get through all of the touching up today, then we definitely will be able to give the parts time to dry for the next session. So this piece, this sanding stick is actually still too wide. I'm gonna have to use this, which is really narrow. Here there are folded up pieces of sandpaper. And this is not good either because it's actually curved. It might be good for like some of the little edges. Maybe like a little bit there because it's that part is concave instead of convex. But this convex part really tough or tricky to deal with. Probably best with a folded piece of sandpaper. Because then it can conform to the curvature. This is the sort of sanding that I like the least because it's the hardest on my fingers to hold the sandpaper. So this is part of what I mean earlier when I said that the super glue is harder than the plastic. Or at least it's definitely harder than the surfacer that I painted on this part, because the areas where the super glue are, they are getting protected by the super glue. So everything else where the super glue isn't is getting sanded away first. Which is why right down the middle where I applied the super glue, that part still is gray. It's protected by the super glue. Can't tell if it's good yet. It's a little lacking. It's catching in a few places, which means it's not quite through. Also might need another piece of sandpaper at this rate. This one is not having it. It's funny that I can get a squeaky sound out of this, even though it's something rough like sandpaper, which means it might just not be sanding. Wait. Yeah, it's actually really, now that I think about it, a lot more useful than I thought. But the thing is though, super glue, at least you would imagine that it's very good for putting things together, right? Like, I think super glue is very common in more traditional model building, like if you're assembling a car, for instance, or like military models. Those kits are not designed to fit together just by friction alone, like a Gundam kit would be. You're expected to glue it together, and you're going to glue it together either using plastic cement, which basically dissolves the plastic, so then it just fuses together, or you use super glue. I guess the real surprising thing is using super glue for filling in cracks and stuff. I think this piece is almost there. It kind of annoys me that super glue is the best thing for correcting mistakes from scribing, because even though it scribes best, it's still kinda annoying to scribe over super glue, because super glue is kinda, I don't want to say sticky, but kind of sticky when you're trying to run over it using a chisel. It's not actually sticky in the sense that it's already dried and hardened, but it kind of gets the chisel stuck. Because of the way it breaks, it doesn't break in a very brittle way. It breaks in a somewhat elastic sort of way. So it feels like the chisel catches a lot. Makes it a bit annoying. But in my experience, it's still one of the best results. Although the best thing to do is not screw up in the first place, but hey, can't always be perfect. This white discoloration right here. Can't tell if that's a pockmark. It might need to be filled in, but I'm not sure if that's the case until it's been painted over. These pieces are gonna need some real deep scrubbing. As you can see, where all this pink is, that's plastic dust from the red plastic. And then you scrub real good to get rid of it. And then make sure these have a good amount of time in the drying chamber, because leftover water will mess with any painting I tried to do. Okay. So, let's see. So this piece to work with a bit. It doesn't look completely smooth yet. Only happy little accidents. Okay. Okay, so we are almost down to the most challenging things left to fix. And they are challenging because these are the inset spaces that need to be sanded. So like these gaps, they are lower than everything else, which means that sanding with a big sanding stick will not work because we can't reach there. There's also the other leg, and then these feet. So this here is all that we have left to do today is fix up these pieces, and then we'll be done today. Or done for today. But these are the hardest pieces, because everything is hard to reach. Also looks like I applied too much super glue here. So I'm gonna start by scraping some. Not many pieces. That's mostly just annoying pieces now. What's going to happen is that we're going to finish working these pieces and we're going to airbrush them again. We're going to apply surfacer again because the color is not even. They have to be solid gray in order to control for the color better, or else sometimes the different colors underneath will come through in the final product, and that doesn't look good. So we cover it up 100% gray. But after we do that, some of these pieces still might not be perfect. They still might need a little bit of sanding here and there. Luckily, it won't be as much as today. We could probably do it pretty quickly. But that's going to need to be done because it's hard to see all the defects when they're so multicolored from the paint and the sanding and all the other stuff. feels like sometimes working on scale models really challenges my eyesight. Like, am I really seeing what I think I see? And then this challenge is amplified when trying to get it on the camera, because camera feels even more challenged when it comes to seeing things. I need another piece of sandpaper. That one is... This one is a mess. It's like coming apart. Little pieces for later. These can go in my little tray. And this is the piece that I'm gonna use to try to finish this shin. Oh, look at this. I sanded so much with this that the edges have nothing on them in some places. So that sandpaper is done for after this. Also needs replaced. Also needs to be replaced. Put it in my mouth. Ah, yes, I am. This is actually a container of vinegar. I'm just flavoring this piece of sandpaper, and then well, you know what? It vaguely, this process of dunking something in water vaguely reminds me of eating steamer clams. The kind of clams where you just take a whole bunch of them, boil them in salt water, and then you take the same salt water that you boiled them in, and you gotta wash them off, because steamers, they grow in really muddy water, and no matter what, they're always muddy. And when you eat them, you gotta take them apart and remove some not inedible, probably inedible bits, but like definitely non-tasty bits. And then you gotta dunk it in the hot water to wash off the mud. And then after dunk it in the water, you dunk it in some butter, and then you eat it. I wonder if I can do a POV eating stream. Just like move it off the camera like this when I eat something. I think the super glue is a big reason why this sandpaper is getting wrecked. I think the super glue is hard enough that it bites back. Dunk it. no POV eating stream. You don't want that. With like POV drinking stream, I just like bring it up to the camera and I just pour it on my lap. Also, look how gross this water is. Like, imagine drinking this. Blech. Blech. Wretched. Do you think it tastes like anything? Like, what do you think plastic dust tastes like? It's mostly just plastic dust in water. Like, I don't think of plastic as having much flavor. But like, plastic does have a little bit of a flavor. Just not much. Also, this part definitely had too much super glue. I can still see the outline of the super glue there. So this is challenging to clean off. But at least once it's done getting sanded, there will be no seam line anymore. At least once I finish sanding it and paint over it. For the right amount of money, somebody will eat anything. But yeah, I don't think you can pay me enough to drink that. Not the right kind of desperate. What's the grossest thing you've eaten? Whether or not it be food. For me, banana peels are pretty up there. It's like sponges that suck the moisture out of your mouth. Very astringent. Oh, I've also accidentally put a toothbrush in my mouth that I had used to clean model kit parts, so it probably had some amount of polishing agent on it. Probably not much, but probably not zero. I don't know if that really counts as eating it, but pretty unlikely that nothing got swallowed accidentally. Eating chalk? Did you think it was candy? Because there's candy that looks just like chalk. Not a fan of that candy either. I feel like even that candy's not that good. It's like, it looks like chalk, kind of feels like chalk. Like, not that appetizing, not gonna lie. It looks like it's almost there, but it's not quite there. Yeah, I can still feel it catching a little bit, it's not quite there. You were just messed up in the head. You ate it and you liked it. Oh, I just remembered. I remember in elementary school watching a kid challenge another kid to. It was either a challenge or they lost a dare, but they had to eat a slice of school pizza covered in ketchup and yogurt, like fruit yogurt, like the weird like pink or blue kids yogurt, like Go-Gurt or something. Not something nice like unflavored Greek yogurt. I think Greek yogurt on pizza is totally viable. I think that after a certain amount of life experience, you totally can say that something does not sound like something that you expect to like based on everything else you've experienced or eaten. Okay, so these pieces I will probably go at with some fresh sandpaper just because the used sandpaper isn't really holding up its shape anymore, so I only trust some fresh sandpaper to be able to get in those crevices. Kind of interesting is that the corners on the sandpaper are losing its sand really easily when I do this. So I need to make and find more corners. Ow. My fingers are getting tired. It's getting difficult for me to hold on to these small things. I had to exert a lot of force to grind these parts down through sanding, so I had to hold them pretty tightly, or else they'll slip while pushing so hard against the part. So my fingers get pretty fatigued by this process. If I can do this. There's a part of me that gets a little jealous when I work on details like that. I get jealous of people that do resin kits because they look just as good, if not better, than me doing my own scribing, but they don't need to go through the pain of sanding down these sort of little spaces because they come out smooth. Okay, these parts may or may not be good. Like, it's really, how should I put this? Dubious? Because if you look at it, the color is not consistent because there's still some patches of surfacer in there still. But there's a part of me that's just like, you know, maybe it's close enough, and when I apply another layer of surfacer, it's gonna cover it up. Which is like a really bad thing to say, because you're not supposed to think that. You're supposed to say the surface is already perfect. The only purpose of the surfacer is to get it to the right, okay, I guess technically surfacer is to like get it to the right smoothness. So if it's like about like a 800 smoothness, the surfacer might be able to push that little bit of a difference, fill in the gaps a little bit, and go from 800 to 1000 smoothness, because this is a 1000 smoothness surfacer. Okay. The sanding stick has seen better days. can't go super fast here because if I sand too fast, it might jump and kill the details near this area that I'm trying to smooth out. So I gotta do it carefully, slowly, deliberately. The thing about this part is it doesn't need to be too perfect. It's the bottom of the feet. We're never seeing the bottom of the feet in the final display. But there's a part of me that's like, if it's not perfect, I will know, even if no one else ever sees it. That was not the plan. I just did that without thinking. There was no plan. I dunked it. my mind kind of wandering. Okay, I cut an extra strip. I already have a strip that's still usable, so I'm gonna finish using this first. Wow. Hey Bet, did you show up in time to watch me brainlessly dunk a part into my jar of water? Because you totally didn't see that. That totally didn't happen. Trap. I guess that wah is my scream of despair. What is that? That's a flake of something. Oh, it must be one of the pieces of super glue I shaved off earlier. How are you doing today, Bet? Did you just wake up from a nap or something? Your usual afternoon nap? Funny things happen when autopilot is engaged. Looks like a face with a clown nose. Kinda creepy. Okay, this is how many pieces we have left now. 2 of them are easy. 2 of them are the worst pieces. Oh, you were working overtime? Just got home? Wow. Mm-hmm. 30 minutes ago. So, actually a busy day today? Is that one of those weird days where your fellow employees slash leaders, team leaders, whatever, leave you hanging, huh? But it was a task that had to be done, hence. Was this like expected overtime or like emergency overtime? Where they didn't think it would take so long, but it had to. And they had to have you finish, so they had to pay you extra to keep you there and finish it. Okay, even though the sanding is done on that piece, I might need to go back for both these pieces with the chisel, because there's a little bit in the nook that I can't really sand away. Has to be cut away. Unexpected overtime. Let's see. Oh, good for you. Overtime money is extra money. There's some places on this sandpaper that are failing me. There's bald spots. Actually, try to wipe away some of the water. I think the water is something I should be a little careful of when it comes to my more precise tools like this chisel, because I think the water would probably shorten the life of a steel tool just a little bit. Okay. It's not moving because it's stuck. Something about the plastic underneath, or right at the seam, is a little sticky. Like it's still a little soft. Like, crap. I just created an extra scratch there. Great. Which means I need to fix the extra scratch. Brilliant. Super glue, my old friend. Oh no. Okay, I heard a cracking sound. I was afraid that the end of the toothpick was going to be lodged inside, but it wasn't. Thank you, Azu. Sorry. Hit the camera. Okay. The best for last. Down to the last 2 pieces, though technically it's 4 pieces because each of these break into 2. But also the white halves don't really need much work. The white halves are more or less fine. Actually, that reminds me. One of these leg parts needs a little bit of refinement in that this panel line right here, the bottom of this is not very smooth looking, so it needs a little bit of scratching to make it cleaner. Also, but it's a 0.3mm line, so I need to swap out my chisel. Let me go grab my chisels. Okay, so this is the 0.15 that I just took out. And then make sure it's protected. What do I use to fill in my macarons? I do 2 kinds of fillings mostly. Either vanilla buttercream, which is just butter, cream, or half and half, and sugar with a bit of vanilla. Or I do a chocolate ganache, which is just also cream or half and half with some dark chocolate, like a dark chocolate bar, and sugar. In both cases, it's just heat up in a double boiler and mix vigorously using a hand mixer. What I want to try at some point is trying a whipped cream, a stabilized whipped cream filling, where I take heavy cream, sugar, and a bit of cream of tartar, and then mix vigorously using a hand mixer until fluffy, and the cream of tartar is what is needed to stabilize it. I think I want to try that because I think it would look very fancy to have extremely puffy macarons. Cream cheese. How is cream cheese? It's really weird. I always think of cream cheese as being very savory, but cream cheese is in cheesecake. Are you having macarons right now? I've never tried cream cheese filling. I wonder how it will be. It seems that my family likes vanilla buttercream the most, but personally I like the chocolate ganache filling the most. We'll have to experiment and try out more things. Okay, where's my glass cutting mat? Okay, here's my glass cutting mat. Can you see it? Okay, you can't see the tape because it's the guide tape because it's out of focus, but I'm not gonna bother fixing the focus, and so I'm just gonna really quickly grab a piece and subsequently shoot it off into oblivion accidentally, and grab a slice of masking tape just to protect this area. As I tweak it, you can see right inside the crevice. It doesn't look very smooth. I don't know why this one didn't turn out very well. Well, if you look at this side, like mainly it's this middle. It's the inside. Let me try zooming in. Let me try to show you. So, wait, configure, camera control, increase focus, really close. Okay, so the problem is with the bottom of the seam line. So if you look inside these, they are very dusty. Okay, that's not very helpful. But if you look inside them, you can't really see too much going on. These are a little bit rough. Mainly it's this middle line. This middle line is a 0.3 millimeter line. This one up here and this one down here, these are 0.15 millimeter lines. So they're too thin for you to really be able to ever see what's going on inside them. But because this one is a thicker line, this is a 0.3 millimeter line, it is possible to see the bottom of the panel line. And you can even see with this one, there's like a little speck of dust halfway up, like right up, or not halfway up, like 3/4 of the way up right there. I think it's a piece of dust and not. Yeah, see, I moved it. I think it's gone. Maybe. Anyway, the part that I'm trying to fix is a really jaggedy panel line. If I hold it at this angle, you can really tell it has some really deep shadows. Especially the middle. For some reason the middle has a deeper pock mark than, or trough than the rest of it. I don't know why. But right now I'm gonna attempt to try to smooth it out. You can also tell if I run this chisel across it, you can hear the bumps. And you can see it not move smoothly because of the bumps. But now that I've done it a few times, it's moving a lot more smoothly and not really getting caught in as many places. And Bev, I know you like garage kits and like character models, right? I think that if at some point I have a bit of extra money, I'm gonna ask you to help me choose a kit to do on stream. I think it'd be fun to do a character model at some point. And then other sort of projects I think would be cool is if one thing I sort of wanted to do is take something like a Mecha Musume kit, which are basically like anime girls but mechas, or anime girls with mecha weapons and stuff. I'll take one of those kits and try to convert it into some sort of character. I don't know what. I think I've shown you a video of someone that did a pretty cool conversion of a character to Galgura. It looks fun to do one of those, but I think one of the biggest challenges of coming up with that sort of project is finding the right subject kit combination. Like, the kit has to be pretty close to what you want to convert it into, like right sort of size and shape and features, or else it's just not going to work or take too much effort. And part of the appeal of doing that sort of project is that those kind of kits have a lot of posability, and that's going to be maintained because you're basically building on top of the skeleton of an existing figure with a lot of posability. Makes it extra cool. Let's see if I need to do more sanding here. Might not need to, because the area that may need sanding might just get covered up. Maybe a little sanding. It is barely visible, but still visible. Move this out of the way. Apparently the typical macaron that you can buy outside is done using the Italian method because it's a more consistent method that industrializes better. And that method involves pouring hot liquid sugar into your meringue and mixing it together that way rather than mixing dry sugar. Feels kind of spooky using hot liquids though, which is probably which is the main reason why I haven't tried that method. I use the French method, which is just making the meringue and mixing the things in. Why does this piece look so messed up? How did I make it so messed up? I kind of just want to cover it up and forget about this area. Oh my goodness, one of the panel lines got filled in. What is E2046? Is that a keyboard company? I'm not familiar with that name. Okay. Let me grab my other chisels. This seems to be a deeper... It seems like a deeper problem than I had originally remembered. Okay, this looks like a... well, which way does this go? This way. I think it's a 0.6 or 0.8 gap. Wait, do I even have a 0.6 or 0.8? If I don't, then it's definitely not one of those. 0.5? I don't know, this is way wider. 1.2? Did I go as crazy as 1.2? Oh, this is a 1.2. Holy cow. My ability to estimate... Oh, garage kits. GKs for garage kits. E2046. Oh, I don't have money right now. Maybe I need to wait an entire year. Maybe I'll take a look though. It'd be fun to just see what they have. Oh, this area looks so gross. Why did it end up so bad looking? Do they make or do they just sell garage kits? Like, are they designing them? Imprinting them? Also, it's funny that I said print because most of them aren't actually really printed like a 3D printer. That's too expensive. How are your macarons? Nice and chewy. Also, why macarons today? How did you come to acquire macarons randomly? Birthday present. Happy birthday. Will not work overtime. They can't make you, I think, right? Okay. Gotta pull back the gloves before I use scissors, so I don't actually cut the gloves. So I use the chisel to try to generally even out the gap because the base of that gap is or was very rough. But even after doing that, the chisels usually don't make it perfectly smooth. Though I've come to find that depending on the way I pull or push with the chisel, I can get smoother or less smooth results. However, even with the chisel, I still need some sandpaper to finish the job, usually. So here we go with the sandpaper. We are running low on time, but we will finish on time. These are the only parts left. And I already dealt with one of the worst aspects of these parts, and it's this gap right here where the red is. I used a chisel to somewhat smooth it, and now I'm trying to use the sandpaper to finish smoothing the gap. Like, the problem with these is that, let's do a little quick doodle. Because it's hard to see and hard to tell. What's happening is that we start with a flat surface on the plastic, and then I use a chisel on it. So these chisels, they have square bottoms. They look like this. And usually, if this is a cross section, this chisel is going up out of the paper to cut through it. So then it creates a square cut in the surface. Or at least that's how it's supposed to be. If I'm not good, then instead of a perfect square cut, it could be like rough in some way, like this. Or if we turn it on its side, looking at it the long way, what's actually happened is it's kind of craggy, because as I'm running the chisel across the surface, like this, it's jumping. And when it jumps, it leaves bumps. What I did is I went back in with the chisel and kind of tried smoothing it out a little bit, so then like I kind of cut off the tops to a lot of these bumps. But now I need sandpaper to finish smoothing it all the way so that it looks like a nice flat surface. Okay. Back to sanding. I lost my sandpaper in that process. But yeah, we have about 20 minutes before I have to go, and 2 pieces. I don't think it'll take so long that each piece will take 10 minutes. Or like it could, while I take my time and just slowly make sure it's done properly. So for these pieces right now, what I need to do is sand the inside, but then also sand the area around it, because this area around it is also a little rough. Something is wrong with the smile. Okay, yeah. Sand the area inside, sand the area around it, and then sand this crap. It's just crap. It's just so bad. That's the only word I can really describe it with. This area that refuses to be properly filled in. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's do this. Can't really tell if it's getting sanded enough, because there's so much stuff in the way and so small. Again, one of the reasons for painting everything gray before I went and did all this was to help see what places needed more work. Getting a phone call. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about the interruption. Okay. We just need to keep on sanding. So there's two of these pieces, but I'm actually getting confused which one is which. Like, I'm not sure which one I've worked on more. Because I keep on putting them down and picking them up and then swapping them around. My right thumb is getting so tired of pinching this pair of tweezers to hold the sandpaper, but the end is in sight. I can see it. The little red space looks pretty smooth and shiny with all the sanding. But I'm losing a grip on the sandpaper. What will go first? My grip on the sandpaper or my grip on reality? This is going to be my longest stream yet. Six-hour stream today. How's dinner, Azu? What did you have? Okay, just a little bit more rice, beans, and chicken. Nice, straightforward, and filling. That's what it sounds like to me. Okay. Anna, you're trying to make me jealous. Gotta change my grip. Okay, maybe I just need to hold this with my fingers because the tweezers are not doing it. I can't exert enough force. There's a stupid part of me that wants to reassemble the kit one more time and take another picture of it in progress, but that's a lot of extra work. Maybe I'll wash all the pieces and then sort them all on my desk and then take a picture of all the pieces before I move forward. At least that way I don't need to worry about the reassembling. Because the disassembly is the part that scares me the most with something like this, because disassembling sometimes leads to parts breaking. Sometimes it takes a lot of force to pry some parts apart. Okay, I said that it might not take 10 minutes per piece, but this is taking 10 minutes per piece. Because this super glue is so hard, it's taking me a long time to sand through it all. Okay, it looks okay, but there's a high chance that after adding another layer of surfacer over this, it'll still look like it needs a little bit of work in that area, but it looks okay now. This is pretty close to done. on some level, it's kind of funny because we did a lot of work today with fixing up these parts. I'm actually somewhat pleased at the progress we made today, fixing up all these parts. Part of me thought that it would be easy to get through all these parts, but part of me wasn't sure, especially partway through when I realized that there were actually a lot of parts I needed fixing. But what I think is kind of funny about the situation is that on some level, what's kind of funny here is that I feel like it looks like we made backwards progress. A lot of the parts lost paint, and the Gundam got taken apart. I was over here reaving me with Metal Gear Revengeance. That's like the meme of the month for you, huh? Making the mother of all gunplas over here. Jack can't fret over every little bit of sanding. I actually don't know how it's read. I need to go watch the meme. It's so stupid that Konami went and lost Kojima. I can't believe it. Like, how could you do stuff to lose someone like him? Lost a dude that made the Metal Gear series. Like, what the heck, Konami? I know this is like old news, but still, what the heck, Konami? The meme is like a 30-minute video, it's like a whole boss fight. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, there's one other little thing. One of these, okay. One of these panel lines was not deep enough. I think it's this one. So, step one, I gotta replace the 1.2 millimeter chisel, because this is not the one that we need. We need the 0.15, because why am I missing the bottom to this container? We're running out of time and losing pieces. Also, like, real talk though, like, making a good model kit is fretting over every little detail. Although, where's half my container? Questionable. How am I missing half the container? It's not in here. Both of these have their bottoms. I must have dropped it at some point or something. I don't see it on the ground. Maybe if I stand up, it'll fall off of me. Maybe it's on my lap. You know what? I'll find it later. Okay, so I have to switch over to 0.15. Cut away the 1.2. What if I like dunked it? And then go slice another piece of guide tape. Oh, there's so much stuff here. Yeah, make sure to not get stuff on the adhesive side of the guide tape or else it won't really stick anymore. Apply the guide tape. Gonna look at it closely with this to double check that it's lined up correctly. Not quite lined up correctly. Okay, now it's lined up. I just had to really quickly clear out the gap a little bit. It's probably just a speck of dust and paint clumped together in there. Okay. I over-scribed a little bit, so I'm gonna sand away that part of the primer surfacer that got scratched. It's a very light scratch, so it shouldn't be an issue. I'm gonna double check if this one needs anything. I don't think this one needs fixing in the same way. I'm gonna try to clear it out really gently using this chisel. These don't line up. Wait. It looks like these panel lines don't actually line up correctly. It's hard to tell though. I did a crappy job before? Question mark? Oh, this one also feels really shallow. The entire fight is a meme, in other words. It's okay. I think it looks close enough. I'm not gonna try fixing it. I don't think it's an adjustment that's worth the effort at this stage. Okay, where's the cover to this? Okay, let me go turn on the light in my room. It's kind of dark. Alright, so while I walk around and look for that missing part of a container, say that we are done with as much work as I want to do today. Oh hey, we ran a piece of plastic. Yeah, some plastic went flying earlier today. By the way, did you see the base, Azu? You didn't show up till later, but this is the bottom of the base. It needs a little bit of sanding on the edges, but it no longer looks like it's barfing out orange plastic along all the edges. This extra stuff that needs to be sanded was putty that I added midway through the day to fill in the gaps. Now everything is copium all the way down. Don't you know I buy it like in bulk, Azu? Like so much of it, like enough to take down an elephant amounts. That's how much I take. Maybe question where that. I am so bothered right now by half of this bottom half of the container being missing. Like, where is it? Also, I'm gonna adjust the camera real quick right now because we're no longer doing close work. Where's my mouse? Oh, you did see it? You know, camera, can you not fail to focus on something so easy? Okay, thanks. Okay. Yeah, like what the heck? I'm missing the bottom half of that container. Oh, look at this. I just stuck this in without putting the cap on. Okay, found, saved. Alright, so let's really quickly get rid of a lot of the spent sandpaper. This random piece of guide tape. This sandpaper is no good anymore. Okay, so today we finished refining all the pieces, getting rid of the pock marks, smoothing out areas that need smoothing out. All the pieces should be good at this point. Wow, this area is smooth. All the adhesive is gone. So the next time I see you guys, we are ready to start painting. I will wash these parts off stream, especially since I do not have bathroom cam for you guys to watch me wash the parts anyway. So that has to be done off stream with a better place to stop. There isn't really a better place to stop than the washing step, because you guys can't watch that anyway. I might finish up the base off stream, like just do that little bit of sanding. The base also needs to be primed next time we see each other, because that also will get painted at some point. And I'm gonna try some new painting technique, new airbrushing technique on it that I haven't tried before, to try to get a marble effect on it. So that's gonna be fun, trying to do a marbled surface. Okay, let's get this out of the way. So let's really quickly sort this out. Hand. That did not sound like the smartest idea. Chest, leg, hand, thruster. Shoulder, waist, head, hip, wing, backpack, thruster, Sometimes building Gunpla, I just think of that sort of meme situation where like you have a seasoned, experienced military veteran or like mercenary or something. It's like, I know how to assemble or disassemble and reassemble my gun without with a blindfold on. Like, I know this gun better than the back of my hand. So I like low key like I like get to disassemble and reassemble some kits so many times. Like, I hate that I like memorize where everything goes. Although I'm like really loosely tossing everything in the general area of where they're supposed to go right now, because I'm just trying to get this vaguely sorted before I feel like I need to go. This is also not the nicest way of sorting it. It just doesn't look very good. So everything needs to be moved up a little bit, but I guess instead we'll just make the camera point further down. Oh, it's kind of loose. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, are you guys ready? We're gonna be his painting next time. It's gonna be mostly white. Gonna start with lacquer whites. Well, first we're gonna start with priming it all. Then we're going to do the lacquers. And then after doing lacquer, we're going to try and do enamel panel lining. We're not going to do decals on this build. I am not feeling decals this time. And then once we do the enamel panel lining, we're gonna go and try to do acrylics for weathering. That's gonna be the really interesting part of this build. Also, I did not plan out this space well enough. I'm kind of giving up here with the sorting. Can try to do a nice sorted presentation of this kit later after I wash it, I guess, because this is also a mess on my desk. It's really dusty. Okay. No, black will not work well because the weathering will not show up well and it won't look good either. Like, dirt on black doesn't look as good as dirt on white, as weird as it sounds. Dirt on green actually looks really good. Like, actual military sort of things. Dirt on brown also looks pretty good, but this is not going to be a very black kit. I do want to do a darker kit again sometime soon. I've been doing more, I've been doing lighter color palettes on kits lately, so I'm gonna be overdue for a darker kit soon after this one, I think. So that's something to look forward to. I think I will do a darker color scheme next, maybe? But no, this one, I already decided it will be a lighter color scheme. Especially because the base is going to be some sort of white, off-white brown, like a marble-like color scheme. And I don't want a black kit to go with that. I want a white kit. Of course I could do a black marble, but I already have the general feel of the kit in mind. Anyway, starting to run a little late. I gotta go now. thank you for joining me. If you like the stream, please like and subscribe, and yeah, let people know about the stream or something. I don't know. Just come hang out again, I guess. Alright. Thank you again for joining me. I win this time. Yeah.